revamping of the agenda. We're going to hold the interviews until after the main meeting. We might have a second person show up for the interviews, and we'll just, I guess I've called it order, and I'm going to just ask, because we always have new people coming in, to actually have introductions, so starting to my left.
Bill Clark. Am I supposed to?
Give us your history.
I'm
You got 10 seconds.
interested citizen and retired scientist.
Jerry Herman, interested citizen and never retired.
Well, yeah.
That's the shortest time I ever heard you speak.
Thank you.
Doug Neely, and am chair, and have been interested in natural resources for a great long time.
Dorothy Dahlsred, known as Dee Dee, sometimes other aliases if I don't want to be on the mailing list. Sales and marketing, with no agenda except for to hug a tree. Harder and stronger each time.
All right.
Trent Warnes, I'm a forester and I live here in Oregon City.
Very good. With that, we're going to ask John Runyon to come forward. We've been hearing about him and some of the places from him for some time.
I'll just get the screen up and running so that John can show his
Great.
PowerPoint.
Okay.
I have also paper copies.
Thanks.
And there should be enough for the audience too, I think. One of you, in case the technology failed me, but for notes.
Oh, good.
All right, let's see. Look at that. Works.
It'll work?
John, if you make sure that your mic has a red light that's on, and then
Yes.
keep your mouth, or keep the mic fairly close to your mouth.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let me know if it is not working.
So, thank you, John, for coming. It's been a long time since I've seen you. John was my technical advisor for my master's degree when I was
wow.
when I was at
U of O.
back at UO. He was over at OSU, and I was at UO.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is neat.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, don't hold it against me. I have degrees from both OSU and U of O, so I'm a hybrid, platypus. John Runyon, I'm a principal with Cascade Environmental Group. We're a small Portland-based firm that specializes in aquatic riparian restoration and mitigation projects. And I've been asked tonight to talk about the Portland Harbor Superfund mitigation program, and that's what I'll get into. But I'm also going to talk a little bit more broadly about mitigation and ecosystem marketplaces, just to kind of give you some background on that, because while the Portland Harbor Superfund mitigation program is certainly an opportunity that's available to you all, you should be aware and have on your radar screen that there are other mitigation opportunities out there that potentially could fund significant environmental restoration projects. So there's other sources for exactly what I'm going to be talking about tonight. Before I came in, Jerry gave me a list of potential projects. We could probably talk about those tonight if you think that's appropriate after I get done with my presentation and kind of have some context for things. As I said, I've got paper copies that should be around of the presentation. If you have questions along the way, feel free to interrupt me. I have a tendency to kind of just plow through, so raise your hands, stomp up and down if you've got any questions. So this is Portland Harbor right here, and the developed part of Portland Harbor. And the Portland Harbor Superfund was literally 100 years in the making. It all began with the industrialization of the Portland Harbor from the turn of the previous century, before the previous century, I guess. And it really accelerated during World War II with all the shipbuilding and the associated development of the harbor and the number of toxins that were entered into the aquatic environment. Particularly ship painting, ship building, and associated activities. And then following World War II, as you know, there was a lot more development within Portland with shipping and oil transport and a variety of chemicals, etc. So there's quite a a soup of constituents that are within Portland Harbor, and as a result, it's been designated by the federal government as a Superfund site for cleanup. And what I'm going to talk about tonight is activities that are associated with the cleanup, and that is damages for the past activities to aquatic resources, fish, and wildlife, and the need to restore those resources as mitigation for the past damages. Next slide here. I guess I'm in control of it.
I'm going to ask a question right away. When
Yeah.
you say the mitigation piece,
Yeah.
it isn't taking place of the cleanup itself. It is actually making up for what it's done to the surrounding environment. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are two tracks to the Superfund, and I've got a diagram later that shows this. And one track is the cleanup. And you've been hearing a lot about that lately. The plan is supposed to hit the street any day now for the cleanup activities. So that's one item, the cleanup. The other item is the mitigation for the past damages. And the cleanup's going to occur right there in Portland Harbor. As I'll point out, the restoration for past damages can occur right in Portland Harbor, but it can occur from along the Willamette, from the Columbia all the way up to Willamette Falls. And that's one of the reasons I'm talking to you tonight. Obviously, you are, at least part of the city is below Willamette Falls, and certainly you front the Willamette right there. So that's a significant distinction. But before I talk about the Superfund mitigation, let me talk just generally about what mitigation is, just to make sure that everybody's kind of got some background on that. So essentially mitigation started in the 1970s with the Corps of Engineers starting to mitigate for wetlands that have been irreparably harmed by putting in a new shopping center, that sort of thing, and then saying to the developer, you need to go to another area to mitigate for it. And then through the 80s and 90s, there were a number of federal statutes that really made it work. And essentially what it is, it's a system that requires that the impact that is unavoidable. You know, you try to, if you've got a shopping center that goes in, first you try to avoid impacts. If you can't do that, you try to minimize impacts. And if you can't minimize the impacts, then you try to mitigate for the impacts. And it all started with with wetlands and mitigating for impacts around those. Yeah, question.
Excuse me. I didn't explain my background totally, environmental science. It actually commenced with NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act.
Correct. Yep.
And it's been used widely in coal, oil shale, and other public resource development. Avoid, minimize, mitigate. I didn't want everybody to think it was just wetlands. I'm sorry.
It is not. It started out with wetlands, and it's expanded to other resources, aquatic resources, terrestrial habitats, upland areas across the board. And what Bill said is correct. It applies to a whole variety of impacts out there. Everything from, as I said, shopping centers to mines, etc. And the idea is you try to mitigate like resources for those that are impacted. So if you're impacting a wetland, you try to restore a wetland area or enhance a wetland area. So mitigation can take many forms. It can be restoration. It can be establishment, that is creating new areas. It could be enhancement to an area that's degraded. And in certain circumstances, it can actually be preservation, where there's a major impact and they come in and they preserve an area. The mitigation process is one where essentially you set up credits where there are both liabilities, and then there are, at the other end, credits that could release those liabilities. So again, talking about a shopping center going in, if it interfered with a couple of acres of wetland habitats, then they would need to replace it, usually a ratio of that because of the impact, anywhere from 2.5 to double the size of the wetland area that had been impacted. And that's just one example. Again, there are other habitats. And it can be done either on a site-specific basis, or it can be through a mitigation bank, which would be an area where the habitats are restored, And then as impacts happen, they come to the mitigation bank and essentially purchase credits there for those impacts at a mitigation bank. And that's really important to understand with the Portland Harbor process, because essentially what they're trying to set up is a mitigation banking system where folks who have liability in Portland Harbor can come and purchase credits at each of those sites that have been essentially set up through the federal government to have a certain number of credits available. And I'll explain that in more detail. As was pointed out, there's really two parallel processes in Portland Harbor. There is the harbor cleanup, which is shown on the bottom here, and they're still going through the essentially the study process because they don't have a record of decision yet, and they don't have the final remedial actions, although they're getting ready to embark on releasing a draft for that. The NRDA process, which is the Natural Resources Damages Assessment, is the mitigation framework, as I said, for past damages that go all the way back from the historical development of Portland Harbor. And I will go through sort of the steps for the NRDA process, but essentially where they are right now with the NRDA process is they've started to identify and set up mitigation sites, and I'll talk about some of those both within Portland Harbor and in surrounding areas. They have not partitioned out the liability to all of the polluters at this point. They're beginning that process, and it's going to take time for the liability to be apportioned to the various polluters, and then it's going to take more time before they start purchasing credits. So it's not quite there in terms of purchasing credits, and that's significant because it takes a significant amount of money to set up one of these mitigation banks, and it may be there's some risk of a period of time is going to transpire before you can sell credits for the particular bank. So that's important to understand that this is very specific to Portland Harbor, and because of the liabilities and because of the fact that there are attorneys all over the place with the process and potential appeals, that sort of thing, it can take a while for it to play out.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And it might be answered later on. What about all the NRDers that are no longer even around or in business and or hearsay?
The polluters who are no longer
Yeah,
around?
like the Lambert paints and the, they're,
We
those
get
aren't
to
around.
pay for it.
Yeah, well, and that's a real issue right now, and that's one of the reasons that the liability is so difficult to apportion, because there are these historical legacies, and in many cases those businesses have been purchased, and now there's other entities that are involved in that, and that's where the attorneys come in and argue things, and that's one of the reasons that it's taken so long to apportion the liability.
Question.
Yeah.
That hasn't been decided yet?
It has not been totally decided yet. The trustees, and I'll explain who the trustees are here in a minute.
Yeah, I was going to ask who the trustees are.
They've started to work directly with the potentially responsible parties, and they've started to essentially say, we think this is your liability, but
that's right.
it's going back and forth in the process now with them saying, well, they can obviously appeal it, and so it's very, very complex, and it's taking a lot of time. Irregardless, there are folks, as I'll point out, moving forward, setting up mitigation banks, hoping at some point, and I think it will, obviously, be settled, and then they can sell credits. And so it's a long process, and there's certainly risk involved. So as I think I implied, the potentially responsible parties are the polluters, and that's the attorney term for the polluters, the PRPs. And so they have liability from past damages to the environment and to fish and wildlife. And as I said, those liabilities are being apportioned right now. The trustee council was formed in 2002, and the trustee council is overseeing the NRDA process. And the council consists of federal and state government agencies, so it includes, for example, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries. From the state, it includes ODFW, DEQ, and it also includes 5 tribes, the Warm Springs, the Nez Perce, etc. So it's the federal government and it is the other sovereign, the tribes.
Not the EPA?
The EPA is directly involved in the cleanup. They are not directly involved in the NERDA process. They have essentially said that NOAA Fisheries will take on that role.
So
as the
this
lead
is not an
agency.
RCRA project?
I'm not familiar with that.
Resource Conservation Recovery Act Superfund?
No, it's not. That's
Right.
separate, and that's what EPA is in charge of.
Right.
So EPA is in charge of the cleanup. NOAA Fisheries in charge of the mitigation process.
I am, by the way,
So-
a potentially responsible party.
We have a PRP in the room then.
But not for here, for the Leadville Mining District in Lake County, Colorado.
Okay, well that would be a different NERDA process.
And
then.
yeah, I've been sued by the EPA along with every other county resident, so.
Is that a Superfund? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
For interest to keep this going.
Sorry.
It's all interesting stories. but
It is.
We want to focus on
We need
our
to keep this
presentation.
going. Yeah. So as I pointed out, NOAA Fisheries is the lead agency and they're represented on the trustee council. They are taking care of all the technical details in collaboration with other state and federal agencies.
There's no industry association representation, just asking, I didn't hear you say.
No, there is not in that group because these are the folks that essentially are working with industry to apportion the liability and then to work through the process of restoration. So the restoration focus is on the aquatic environment. So it's on river and floodplain habitats. The focus species are ESA listed salmon and steelhead, so juveniles that come out of the Clackamas and from the upper Willamette are the focus. But they also have other fish and wildlife species, sturgeon, Pacific lamprey, a number of key wildlife, mink, otter, osprey, etc. And so the idea is to restore habitats, to restore processes, to benefit those species in a floodplain and aquatic environment.
And you indicated that was both above the falls and below.
Um,
So I heard you just say.
no.
No?
He said the falls to the
It is from the falls to the Columbia River, so it's just that area below the falls.
But the birds don't care.
But the birds don't care. But they have to limit the geographic coverage, and all mitigation works that way. You can't, for example, with wetland mitigation, put in a new target in Oregon and mitigate in North Dakota. You just can't do that. You have to geographically bound it. And so here they said, well, it makes sense to work on the lower Willamette because that is a functional area. Ecologically, it makes sense because you do have the tidal pulse that comes all the way up to the falls. And so in terms of the environment, it really does make sense, certainly to my mind. And here is the area. It includes the central harbor, which is the industrialized harbor from the Willamette's mouth to the Columbia up to, I think it's the Broadway Bridge, essentially, at River Mile 12. And that's the industrial harbor. The outer focus area is from River Mile 12 to Willamette Falls, so we're in the outer focus area, and it's from the confluence with Sauvie Island through Multnomah Channel all the way to the Columbia. So it includes that Multnomah Channel area, Scappoose area, and then the upper Willamette, the upper reach from River Mile 12 to Willamette Falls. What's significant here is up to 50% of the credits have to be within the inner harbor. So if you're a PRP and you've got a liability of 10 credits, and I'll explain a little bit what that means, but essentially it's 10 credits is your liability. They need to restore habitats or purchase 5 habitat credits within the inner harbor, and the other 50% can come from the outer harbor. So the rule is at least 50% in the inner harbor, the other 50% in the outer harbor. The inner harbor is very expensive to restore because of all the infrastructure there, but they're really trying to focus at least 50% of the restoration in that area. The trustees, about 6 years ago, identified a number of sites that they, working with community members, other agencies, and individuals, had identified as potential restoration sites. So they have a whole suite of sites that they identified, and some of those sites are moving forward as mitigation banks. Some of them have kind of dropped to the wayside, and there are other areas that weren't identified then that folks are now looking at as potential restoration. As I said, essentially the target is floodplain restoration to benefit species. So it's all about improving habitats, and if you improve habitat in the floodplain and aquatic environment, that will benefit the target species. That's the basic idea behind the restoration process. So it's going from a very, very impacted environment, certainly within the Inner Harbor, but throughout the Willamette area, and trying to restore floodplain processes, vegetation, and access to water features like side channels, that sort of thing.
And that would be any responsible party could go out on their own?
Yes. They could go out on their own, and some have. For example, PGE is a responsible party, and they're developing their own site because they have significant liability. The Port of Portland is now looking at developing their own site because they have significant liability. And then there are other PRPs that have such a small liability that they say, oh gosh, we'll purchase from a mitigation bank.
Right.
Can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Do they get to choose their own area, or do they have to choose off what's already chosen as areas that need?
They can choose their own area, but they need to go to the trustees and justify why that area will have the appropriate environmental uplift with restoration. And then there's a very complicated process that the trustees go through to determine the number of credits that will be yielded from that particular
At
site.
that point, do they get bragging rights or shaming rights?
Depends on how you look at it. It depends on how you look at it, yeah.
It sounds, yeah. Interesting.
So, as I said, what the trustees do through their technical process is they look at whatever restoration area. Let's say it's, well, let me give you an example here. This is probably near and dear to your heart. It's the Clackamas-Willamette confluence. Oregon City, of course, is on the lower part of the slide. Gladstone on the upper part on to the north. And these dots here, or the pins, I'm sorry, in the map, show various mitigation projects that are occurring right now in the region. And the one I'm going to talk about is the Reinerson Natural Area Superfund Mitigation Site, City of Gladstone, Meldrum Bar Park. That's the one that I have been most involved with from the beginning. But I want you to be aware, and I'll talk a little bit about the Doll Beach Mitigation Site. That is mitigation actually related to wetland impacts and shore impacts that have occurred through early Superfund cleanup. And that's a completely separate track than NRDA. It's very similar to standard wetland mitigation, where the Port of Portland needed to find a shallow beach area that they could mitigate, and we worked with them to take a part of the parking lot in Lower Doll Beach, Meldrum Bar Park. And so just to be aware, there are other programs out there, and I'll talk about that a little bit, for mitigation that offer opportunities for funding potential restoration projects. So the Port of Portland funded that project. They're providing compensation to the City of Gladstone. Many of you have probably heard about this. I know there's some controversy about it because of the removal of the parking lot right there by the river. And as a result of that, they reduced the amount of parking lot that is being restored to native habitat. The city's receiving compensation, and they're having removal of a large bulkhead structure that is a liability to the city. So that's a mitigation project that's outside of the NRDA process. And there's also a standard restoration project just upstream from there with the Clackamas River Basin Council, and that was OWEB funded. And I'm going to talk about Clackamas Park and the potential there for NRDA restoration. I'm going to talk about the Cove and the potential there for NRDA restoration also. So Reinerson Natural Area is at the north end of Meldrum Bar Park. I was brought in about, 8 years ago by the city to look at an issue that they had with, sorry about that, with the dam that essentially backs up a tributary coming into the Willamette, Rynearson Creek, a very cold stream, and the dam was put there in the roughly the mid-1990s as, ironically, a wetland mitigation project. But it's a fish passage barrier. It's created tremendous water quality issues in the pond, etc. And so we propose this as a NRDA mitigation site. It's over 33 acres, and it's already gone through the initial approval process. And basically, it's at the point now where credits can be sold. Pre-construction credits can be sold. It's scheduled for full construction next summer, and then the process will unfold, which I'll describe in more detail. It's a partnership between a developer that is Falling Springs, that is providing the capital for the project, and the city of Gladstone, and a property owners association. So all of those entities are involved. The city of Gladstone is providing the land base, and the Home Property Owners Association is providing a land base, and all those parties will be compensated as credits are sold over time. So they have essentially an agreement in place, and it's public record if you want to look at the city of Gladstone's agreement, where they will get, for example, profit sharing from the restoration, in addition to having a world-class restoration site that will be maintained over time. This is just a concept for what's happening with the restoration there. Essentially, the dam is being removed, a fishway is being put in so you can maintain open water habitat. There's a regionally important painted turtle population, native turtle population there that ODFW wanted to maintain, so we're retaining some but reduced open water habitat, creating wetlands in the upper portion of what was formerly the pond area, restoring channel areas and access to the Willamette, and restoring habitat, removing invasives, etc., in the floodplain area. So really focused on both aquatic features and vegetation features. As I said, it's 33 acres, so it's a sizable site with a large number of credits.
That'll all be public access?
There is limited public access, and that's a really good question. One of the criteria that the trustees have for these restoration sites is that they need to be maintained as natural areas, and if there is public access, that access needs to be carefully controlled. And so what is proposed for that area is a short trail system that's actually already there, out to a kiosk that will describe the project, that provides an overview of the wetland area, and that's the limit to access. The rest of it is off limits to access, off limits to dogs, etc. So that
Off
is
limits to the surrounding people that will be abutting up to it also?
yes, off limits to them too. The homeowners association will have very similar, sort of their own private little walkway that will go in an observation area too. But they cannot go into, well, I mean,
They can't have little docks and little boats.
They can't have their own docks or boats or anything like that.
Private docking is what I'm kind of driving at.
they cannot. There is one exception. There's a landowner down on one of the channels that wants to have a dock there, and so we were able to work to have them have access to that dock, but that was at a reduction in the number of credits. So, for example, any trail system that's in there, you do not get credits for that. Any infrastructure that's on the site, you do not get credit for that. It's only those areas that are restored into a natural state, and access is restricted. So it's really about fish and wildlife, very clearly. City of Gladstone has designated this as a natural area. They understand that. And it really fits in the broader context of Meldrum Bar Park, where you have other areas that have, as you know, very intense access.
Small creek flowing in there?
Small creek, Rynearson Creek. It's a very cold creek, spring-fed, which is significant
Yes.
because it heats up so much in that pond. And what we've done through the design is essentially make it so that the creek will now contribute cold water to the Willamette. So it is significant, and it's not a salmonid. It is a salmonid stream. It's not an anadromous salmonid stream. That is, you don't get coho or steelhead going in there and spawning. But there are cutthroat trout in Rhynearson Creek, that sort of thing. But the idea is to provide floodplain areas where wildlife will thrive, where during flood flows and winter flows, the Willamette can back into there and provide complex habitats for the juvenile fish that are coming down the Clackamas and from the upper Willamette, as well as other species.
So the anadromous fish is part of their habitat, they just don't spawn there.
Exactly. It's part of their habitat. It's part of their life cycle, particularly for juveniles. They just don't spawn there.
Yeah.
One of the target species is Pacific lamprey, and Pacific lamprey ammocetes, the baby lamprey, are in that system, and so that is also another target species. So it's very complex when you set up one of these sites because you're really targeting multiple species, and here you also have the turtle population. So you're really trying to maximize habitats across the board. This slide shows what some of the benefits are to the city of Gladstone for the Rhynearson project. Essentially, it provides them with a site that is restored to a very high level, and it provides them with stewardship. That is, the city is not responsible for stewarding the site. There will be an endowment set up that will provide stewardship into perpetuity on the site. And so it would be a third party like a land trust or other nonprofit that would provide ongoing stewardship and maintenance, weed control, trash control, all of that on the site. The city is completely off the hook for that. So very significant deal there. There's obviously when you do a restoration project like this, it then provides leverage to do things that are upstream from there on Rhynearson Creek, because you say to whatever, the EPA or other grant sources that you've got this significant asset here, you need to improve habitat there, and the city's been successful using that to look at stormwater improvements, et cetera. One of the key drivers was the city felt that they were on the hook for Endangered Species Act and Clean Water Act liability because of the dam. It was trapping fish, it was creating water quality issues. This gets them off the hook for any of that kind of liability. As I said, no long-term city funding is required. All costs to the city, including staff time, will be reimbursed, and they get profit sharing in the long run. We've also worked to coordinate with local volunteers, including Solve and others, to come into the site and help with weed removal, that kind of thing. So there's a real community benefit to it. This is an example of the timeline, although it's really been slowed down. I have that restoration will occur in 2015. Well, because of the amount of paperwork that we had to go through and the trustee process, it's very involved. It's actually going to be constructed in 2016. But this gives you a sense for the pacing of it. There was a feasibility study in 2013, the agreement with the city. Since then, we've been moving forward with a number of studies and then the design. It's very intensive. Well over $1 million has been spent pre-construction to work through the design, to work through all of the permitting, and to get it on the cusp of construction in 2017. So very involved, very detailed process working with the trustees, all the way through it for their technical approval. And that's why you need to have a large source of capital that can come in and essentially front the money up front to go through all of those processes with the idea that eventually credits will be sold. So this will be established as a bank with a set number of credits that will be available to PRVs.
But we don't know how many credits have been.
That's proprietary. We cannot tell you how many credits.
I'm going to ask you a question about the timeline at the very beginning.
Yeah.
You have all those little thumbtacks there pointing out where those sites are.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them, of course, that we're interested in, but probably aren't on the list at this point.
Correct.
Did 2013 actually establish the thumbtack, or was the thumbtack there before 2013?
For the site?
Yeah.
Well, the thumbtack was there as a potential restoration site before 2013.
Okay. The question is, if we identify the site, but it's not a thumbtack at this time, I presume the process is a long one.
No, once you've identified a site, the process, and this part of what you need to understand is this was only the second site to go through the process. There's already one established site, and it's right at the tip of Sovia Island, where the Willamette and Multnomah Channel sort of bifurcate right there. It's a fairly large site, and that's the first one that's been approved and constructed. So it's called Alder Point, and so that site's been approved and constructed. It took about 6 years from the beginning to get it all the way to construction. With Rynearson Natural Area, we started in 2013. It's going to be constructed in 2017, so that's about a 4-year period. We were guinea pigs, and so that was an opportunity to work through the process and everything else. I think once a site's been identified and quickly vetted by the trustees, and that's just a very quick process of sort of conceptually describing what the restoration could be there, I think now the process is more on the order of 3 years.
Okay.
Is the tendency for the trustees to want to get this, well, trustees certainly want to get this to be more efficient
They
in
do.
time. But it seems to me that the people who are on the hook also want to get relief by solving their problems.
One of the things that will accelerate this is once they have a settlement and they know what the liability is, and the PRPs will know that they need credits, which I hear various crystal balls will be any day now. We'll see, but that's going to accelerate the process.
Okay.
Certainly, because there'll be a demand out there.
Something was released today. I saw in the news as I walked out of
That's the cleanup plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's on that end, the cleanup
It
end.
wasn't anything to do with it.
Yeah, well, it's the cleanup, which is significant, but yeah, it doesn't directly
Okay.
affect the NERDA process.
And the,
But it may drive settlements, though, indirectly. So
Right.
it's complicated.
the tip of Savi's, the Alder, whatever, that's a private development too, isn't it?
That is a private development
amazing.
and private land there, which off limits to the public. The reason I gave you the example of Rynearson Natural Area is that's a public-private partnership there, where the city is providing the land, the homeowners association is providing about 10% of the land, and then you've got this private entity that's coming in and financing the process. They hire folks like us to come up with the design and the permitting for it.
Okay.
So what I want to talk about now is a couple of sites that I've identified that I think have potential for within the city, within Oregon City, for Portland Harbor mitigation and potentially other mitigation programs that are out there. So I want to focus now on Clackamas Park and the Cove as potential areas for mitigation. So there's a more close-up photo of things, of the area. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. You're familiar with this. Note this is summertime, and there's a lot of use down in this part of the park where you have RVs that will come in and stay there. The Cove, and I think many of you know, I'm now working with the city and the developer to look at mitigation opportunities within the Cove. So I am directly working on that right now, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Bill?
Thank heavens. That's all I gotta say.
Does that lateral, that
Last
nascent
minute, you seem to
lateral
go
bar
for it.
there that's turning into a point bar? or
This
is-
one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Does that fall in the bailiwick of this project?
It has, and it's one of the things that we'll look at is potentially, we ain't going to remove the whole bar. There's no way ODFW will let you do that, but we're looking at potentially removing part of that bar. And I'll get into that in a little more detail. But a quick aside, now that I remember, I was visiting with Todd Alsbury, who's kind of the district biologist for ODFW and really knows the Clackamas. He said this is a significant area for lamprey, Pacific lamprey spawning, just upstream there in that riffle. He said there's over 300 reds there. Just phenomenal area, and the Pacific lamprey really like that. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Now, who told you that?
Todd Alsbury, biologist.
ODFW.
Yeah, ODFW.
And the riffle you're talking about is just above the rock bar
Yeah.
in the picture. Wow, it's amazing.
So I know Jerry lived all this history, so you can probably tell everybody more about it, Jerry.
No, that's
But
all right.
this is a map from 1895, and what's kind of cool is there was a cannery. This is right at the mouth of the Clackamas and the Willamette. Significant rapids actually through this, Clackamas Rapids at that time. So very different setting. back in 1895. There was a cannery and there was a lumber mill there. So that was really evidence back then of the kind of impacts they were already having on the river and the floodplain area. And real quickly, I just want to step you through some aerial photos of that area, because I think to understand restoration, you need to understand where the landscape was historically. And the first aerial photos we had were from the 1930s. You can see that the significant floodplain area on the other side of 99, which was already in place there on the west side. On the east side of 99, it was a large field at that time, and that is the area that was eventually developed into a gravel quarry between 1956 and 1964. Jerry, what period, what year was that really turned into?
64 through
64,
70 was
pretty much.
operational.
I want to
Big time
interrupt you. Can
operational.
you back up again?
Yeah.
Here, I've heard people say that the sand gravel bar was always there, but clearly with the co-development, it was accentuated. If it's there, it really got accentuated with the co-development.
Yeah, and it did get, we did a geomorphic analysis of this reach of the river, and what is contributing to that bar right there, well, I guess the previous photo really shows it. What's contributing to that bar is two things. One is the mouth here to the cove creates an area of slow water, so the gravels drop out.
Mm-hmm.
The other is the bridge here constricts the river, and that creates backwater that drops out gravels too.
Is the sediment source natural, or is there an unusual problem or something like Metro's working on? I can't think of their project. Is there some other active erosional supply of sediment for that bar?
There's probably other sediment sources, but no, it's not natural. If anything, the lower Clackamas is sediment starved because of the dams in the upper river holding back gravels, which are beneficial for fish. Fish need spawning gravels. And in fact, PGE, through their mitigation program, is putting gravels into the river below their dam to get it into the system. So some of the gravels that they put into the system might be right there.
Hey, I know where they can get some more gravel.
Yeah, there's other spots. So this is exacerbated by the gravel quarry that's there, essentially. So just real quickly to go through these slides, around 1964, the quarry was established there, continued through the 70s. You can see development in the other parts of what's now Clackamas Park to the west of the highway. So this gives you a sense. By the 1980, you had significant development, and here you are getting into more of the modern era. 1990, 1998, you see more development and decreasing riparian vegetation west of the highway, and of course the cove. And here we are today, essentially in 2014, and incrementally, cumulatively, there's been big impacts to the area. But it really presents, I think, a real opportunity for restoration.
Could I ask you to go back 2 slides?
Uh-huh.
That's the one.
Uh-huh.
We had a bad algae bloom there last year.
Yes.
I'm looking at the one on the right there, and what is the sediment or whatever it is that's in the water there? It looks
That's actually just sheen from the angle of the photo.
okay, so it has nothing to do with water quality.
No.
Okay, thank you.
But water, you're right. Water quality is a real issue there, and there was a toxic algae bloom last September. They closed it down to swimming. It's a popular swimming area, and that's one of the things that we'll look at through the feasibility study. So here we are today, and I think that there's real opportunity within the criteria of the NRDA mitigation process for restoration. And I see 2 distinct areas that would definitely qualify in terms of the criteria for the NRDA process. One is sort of this area that is the point where the Clackamas and Willamette come together on through the floodplain area encompassing the large RV parking area, and really throughout. That is significant floodplain habitat that meets the criteria of the Portland Harbor for potential restoration at a significant level. However, and this is an important thing for everyone to understand, as I pointed out with Rynearson Natural Area, there could be a direct conflict between human access in here and restoration. So that's a tricky part of it. If the city was to determine that there might be an area within this that you would want to designate as a natural area, that would be an appropriate approach. But I have a feeling that overall restoration of this area probably would not be a compatible use given the demands there.
Demand for the RV park.
And other things.
Well, then the
Recreation
harbor
throughout.
people want
Access,
to, well, the harbor
yeah.
people want to consider making a whole nother harbor
Then,
thing.
yeah, let me just mention this, the city commission just took a look at some of this aspect at their study session. And I think many of you, I'm sure you've heard that they're coming in and rebuilding the dock that's there, but the plan is actually that's a 5-year fix. One of the plans put forward is to move that dock closer to the mouth of the boat ramp. What did
the
I
boat
say?
ramp.
I said dock. Yeah, boat ramp. Excuse me.
Right.
And to have it at another site, but it would probably more greatly impact the natural capabilities of that, because it would actually remove park area in there. So I think that's so much tied into the Willamette Falls Legacy Project, tourism and everything else. I think it's something that it would be very difficult to do a whole lot with, and I know you've got another site there that has
I
real
think
potential.
there's other potential, but I wanted to raise this because it does meet the criteria. It would be, in a fantasy world, if you wanted to restore that,
Yeah.
it would be a significant mitigation opportunity with significant credits. You could also think about, and I'm just putting this out, taking a portion of it and restoring. So if you were to take a portion of this, you would get essentially a lot of credits, because the credits are generated by the difference between the impacted state it is now and the restored state. So you've got very impacted with pavement there if you were to restore that. I realize there's lots of issues around any kind of restoration in that area, but if you were to target something like this as a carve out for restoration, that would be significant.
I believe there is a couple of spots there that could be carved out myself.
I do too.
And you need to think about, there's economies of scale though, and it needs to be large enough, because you have to be able to generate enough credits to go to solicit the kind of investment that's necessary.
But you won't tell us how many credits that is, because it's proprietary.
That is
Yeah.
true, but
Private
we could basically, it would need to be 10 acres or more to be of a size and scale
think you got
to really
that
work.
there.
So that gives you a sense, 10 acres or more.
Well, can you say roughly what 10 acres of mitigation credits are worth in a hypothetical world?
In a hypothetical world, that could be worth $8 million in credits.
Okay.
Value and function, which is something we didn't get into when we first started talking about mitigation. The key thing is value and function and how they relate.
Yeah.
The value and function on what you're losing, the value and function of what you're replacing it with.
Exactly.
Out of all the mitigation sites that have been talked about, or how many of, or what's the proportion that's impacting public access type stuff to put it back towards the natural state? Or I guess like this situation, are there a lot of other spots up the river that are
Most of the
running
other
that?
sites, for obvious reasons, because the public doesn't like to have its access restricted, and we found out about that at Doll Beach, that's for sure. Most of them are on private land where that is not an issue.
Okay, cool.
So Melbourne Bar Park is kind of the exception right now.
And Alder Point.
Well, Alder
Well,
Point is private
private,
land, so
yeah.
it's not public land. And so you could argue it was a sawmill before the restricted access to that land.
In the case of the 34 acres that is called Rynearson Restoration
Yeah.
Area and so forth, in a hypothetical world, 34 acres somewhere else, what would that be worth? Obviously.
Well, I just said what 10 acres are worth, so
All right, so
about that.
we can figure 4 times that amount. at least.
think about it.
It would be, it
30
would
acres,
not
10
be.
acres. Where did you get your math?
Well,
10
anyone
acres or 30
recording
acres,
it?
that's 4 times?
Well, okay.
And are we talking desert property or riverfront property?
Well, I don't think it's directly proportional.
No, I'm sure it's not.
It's not, but it gives you a rough sense.
Bigger than.
Well, the interesting thing is that there's value inured to making these changes. There's losses that occurred, but in the case of the RV park, it is an underperforming area. I think that's an understatement. It's closed. It still remains closed. I don't think the city even wants to open it up again.
Hold it, that's a different subject, and that's
All right.
not our department.
No,
I mean, that's not
no,
what we're dealing with.
But in underperforming areas, there are opportunities that could benefit the community and also generate significant credits.
It could generate significant credits, and I think it could generate other mitigation credits too, not just.
He brought up something, and I want to explain it. The only reason the RV park is closed is they can't get a camp host there. It's not a case.
Okay.
It's not a case of
Any other issue, yeah.
They can't get a camp. They're not
Because it was
open without a
always full
host.
before.
Correct.
Yeah.
Really, they can't get a camp host for that?
So I guess to summarize, I put this out
All right.
there to
Thank
give
you.
you a sense for what would be high value in terms of generating credits and what scale you need, because it really needs to be at least 10 acres to make it pencil out. But we nearby have another significant area that actually may work. And it is, in fact, an impacted area that has the potential for significant restoration. As I said, I'm now working with the city and the developer on an initial feasibility study looking at ways to improve both water quality in terms of blue-green algae blooms, water temperature, et cetera, and fish and wildlife habitat throughout the cove. And there's really two drivers of this. One is the need to obviously have a high-quality environment. If you're putting in a multi-million-dollar mixed-use development like this, the developer and the city understands that having the natural resources there as an asset is really important, and having good water quality, particularly trying to prevent toxic algae blooms, is really important. The other aspect of this study is to look at potential ways to restore habitats there that could potentially meet the NERDA mitigation framework and or other mitigation opportunities that could fund significant mitigation on the site. And what we're looking at right now is the potential to create wetland habitats in particular areas, the potential to reduce invasive species where there's already significant floodplain forests, the potential to create potentially wetland habitats along the edge of the system. Right now it's a gravel pit that just basically drops straight down to the bottom, and you don't have that kind of aquatic diversity there. It's an opportunity to potentially create really high quality floodplain habitats and integrate that in with controlled public access with trails, etc. There's no reason you can't do that. You would need to just make sure that it's controlled. And so all of that's going to be looked at through the feasibility study, and that it will look at a variety of ways to fund the restoration there, including NERDA, including potentially just straight wetland mitigation. So that if there's a development in some place in the Clackamas Basin, they could come there to purchase credits for wetlands that have been impacted. And we'll look at other sources such as grants to fund restoration. It'll probably be a mix and match, a variety of things. But it's a very large area, over 33 acres of aquatic there, and another approximately 15 acres of margin habitat along the edge.
You said you're working with the developer?
Yes.
I might be wrong, but that area where you have the shallow water rearing area, wasn't
one?
that where they're planning to, kind of right in that middle?
Not anymore.
Are they not planning to put their clubhouse there
No.
or something?
No.
Okay.
No,
Nope. They actually, they see that it's probably more valuable for habitat. It's floodplain. It's very expensive for them to build there. The other part of this, and this is important to understand, is they are now looking at aquatic access that is going to be non-motorized. Originally, they thought they would have a marina there that would allow motorized access, and based on advice that I've given and others, The developer is now thinking of not encouraging motorized access. There will be docks there, but it would be for,
I
hand-propelled
thought they
craft.
said
that sort
no
of thing.
motorized. I thought they weren't even considering it.
No, they were
They
talking,
were.
they were talking about a
Yeah.
no wake thing, but
Right.
they were talking about motorized crafts originally.
Oh, I originally, but I thought that the end.
So now they're talking about no motorized crafts, which is
That's
a
a change.
significant, I think, good direction to go in, because if this is to become a significant restoration mitigation area, there's a direct conflict between having motorized boats there and restoration.
Question, can you show me approximately with your pointer where the gravel bar is right now?
Right there.
And can you tell me whether they have to raise any of the elevation on that property to meet FEMA floodplain standards? To
The,
develop?
Yes, they are.
the answer is yes, they do. There's basically, because it's a floodplain, they need to show no net change, and so there'll be areas like this that can be material removed, but other areas along here, there's going to have to be some fill.
Okay. Wow. I know where a really close supply of fill is.
They can get it on site.
Yeah, most of it's on site. They've been able to balance it on site. It's important to understand that the agencies now for removing any material like that from the river, because the Willamette River and Clackamas are starved for gravels, they've asked that those materials not be used in a terrestrial environment, but be moved onto the bank of the Willamette or in areas downstream on the Clackamas where it can contribute gravels to the system.
So a plan is in the works. There's at least some plans and objectives.
For
What to do with that material.
There's currently a permit to take part of that material. However, they've kind of put things on hold so we can go through this feasibility study and look at that as a piece of the larger puzzle.
I really have a hard time separating these out is where I'm going with my comments, but
It's-
that's not
it's
part of
true.
your presentation, so.
Well,
We can talk about that later, but
It is part of this because it is hard to separate all these out, and it's all interconnected, as you know. This gives you a sense for some of the sort of amenities that are going to be here. So the challenge of restoring this area and creating habitats is doing that in a way that is significant but can be integrated in with these recreational features and other things. This is going to be quite a community asset to have there, no doubt about it.
community asset, the mitigation.
Well, the natural area and everything and the recreational opportunities.
Oh, okay.
This would definitely be more of a hybrid approach to the NERP, with having the NERP and the development side of it, because you'd have the floodplain stuff along with the
It would have
public
to be.
access, yeah.
With that said, I think it has significant opportunity there because of the importance of the habitats. When I met with ODFW, they're really excited about the idea of getting diverse habitats in here because it's not very good habitat for fish and wildlife right now.
I'm going to get up and point at something for a moment. Years ago, when this development, actually before this development came on, it looked like upstream upstream of the place you were showing. And perhaps go back to the previous slide, where you see that new channel there upstream.
Yeah, that's
as you
something
well
we're
know,
looking at, right, yeah.
You've heard that we were afraid that a little bit upstream there was going to breach. We armored it, we planned it, and so
Exactly.
forth. I'd like to have you explain the benefit of that, since another decision was made earlier on. But I also wanted to point out something else, and I'll stand up here. There's a woman that's very, very interested in birds. In fact, for a while she had a bird feed operation there not too far from the cove. But she was looking at the area right here, and she was talking to me about the possibility of actually putting material in here and making it available for bird life that might be waders and so forth.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's part of any picture you're
That is exactly what we're looking at, is trying to create those kind of shallow water habitats, because they benefit both fish and bird life to have those areas. Right now, the bank just drops straight down into the water. You don't have that kind of emergent wetland
There's
habitat.
literally nothing less productive than the current
That's
situation.
very true.
Literally.
And so there's great opportunities. to improve the baseline. One of the reasons that we put this here is just kind of a concept, was the idea of creating an engineered channel through here, maybe a bridge over it for the trail, but to provide some connectivity of flows during the summer so that you get cooler temperatures and more mixing in here as a way to help prevent the algae blooms.
I've done that on at least 5 different similar places on the Colorado River, the Eagle River, and the Roaring Fork River.
In gravel pit environments? Or?
Yep.
We should talk then. That's a really,
Probably we should.
Yeah, that's really cool because I've been looking for examples of that. So, as I said, integrating in the recreational components, the other amenities with the mitigation is a challenge. I'm pleased that it now looks like they're not going in the direction of allowing motorized boats and having a marina there, which would have been an impact on the system. And it's interesting, there's a Facebook site for Clackamas Cove that's mainly devotees for swimming in the cove, and they came out very strongly resistant to any kind of motorboats out there, so they'll be pleased.
They won't like the shallow areas either.
Yeah. Jerry?
I was going to say, when it's a year ago that John and I met John, and you're a hydrologist over at Melbourne Bar
That's right.
area, the beach area, Doll Beach, and we had with us Commissioner Shaw,
That's right.
Ryan Shaw, and also Scott Archer from the Parks and Rec, and there was a lot of initial concerns about how much work this is going to be, but Ryan kept smiling, I kept smiling, and then we met on the other side at the boat ramp at Clackamas Park, and then the Economic Development Director, Eric Underwood, showed up, and a couple commissioners from Gladstone, and there was this kind of concern about what's it going to cost us, how much, we don't need more work, this kind of thing was going on, and Brian and I kept smiling at each other, and the commissioners from Gladstone smiled back because they had been working with you. And then we had a meeting with the city administrator and the developer, and he got it right there. He figured it out. All the things that he would have loved to do in the cove, he can't do because of the agency interface is so difficult.
Yes.
And then the water quality had shown up to pollute it enough to want to solve the problem because he couldn't even sell the ability to fund it to the banks because of the water quality things that were showing up in the paper. And then the city started hearing about, Tony Conkle, the new administrator, started hearing about significant credits that could inure to the city's benefit over time, not knowing what the numbers were. And then long-term maintenance, forever. Perpetuity is a long time, right, Shaw? Perpetuity is a long time, all right? And now to see this whole thing come about, it seems like the missing part here all along has been simplifying the message. This is a complicated message, but you've done a great job. To the public to understand this is the new approach we're going to have to take to solve these problems in this modern age. This is the way it's going to get done economically. And
it is, and it is a way to essentially fund environmental improvement restoration. But I think here it may be a variety of approaches.
yeah.
There is a whole different view of mitigation banking by certain preservationists and conservationists.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
And part of it relates to the fact that Union Pacific, for example, could walk into your bank for the damage at Mosier and write a check, and it'd be nothing to them.
Yep.
Nothing. So there's that issue.
And there's a feeling that mitigation allows more development because they can just write a check for the.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I understand that, and I look at it as a way. I've been working in restoration for 20 years, and I see mitigation as an opportunity to get good things done out there for the environment. Just another tool to fund restoration at a very high standard with, as Jerry pointed out, stewardship and perpetuity. You don't get that with your average grant-funded restoration program.
When you hit a wall, I guess it's time to try something else.
Exactly. And the agencies now are more sophisticated. They want to see these sites be larger and more functional, not like that failed mitigation project at Rynearson where they put in a dam and kind of walked away and didn't really monitor it.
That's the history of early
It
mitigation.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Corps has never monitored a single mitigation project in the history of their involvement with mitigation.
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know the
I know that for a fact in the Sacramento district, which is one of the largest.
Yeah, as I said, it's had a checkered past, but I think it's much better now. And I guess kind of in ending here, I want to point out that there are other mitigation opportunities out there that we're going to investigate for the Cove that would offer potential mitigation on other sites within Oregon City if you were to identify them. And one is Section 404 wetland mitigation. There's a couple of mitigation banks in the Clackamas Basin. They're being quickly used up. And as you know, there's a lot of development that's happening in the Clackamas River Basin. I think there's opportunities in the Cove to perhaps provide just standard wetland mitigation credits. So that's one opportunity. The other is an evolving one, is Endangered Species Act and conservation banks. There's been one established, at least one, maybe two in Washington that have been established. There's potential to do that in Oregon where you're essentially setting up a bank that benefits ESA-listed fish specifically. And given the location of the Cove with the listed fish runs coming down the Clackamas, and it's also used by fish runs that come from the upper Willamette during the winter, they get in there. There's opportunities there. And Oregon's developing a stream and river mitigation approach that will be comprehensive also. So there's other emerging and new markets out there that potentially could work in the Cove, potentially could work at other sites also.
When you say Oregon, which agency?
Division of State Lands is developing it. They're the ones responsible for mitigation in Oregon.
Okay, and so like on ODFW properties, for example?
Potentially, it could be on ODFW properties or other properties. It could become private mitigation banks for stream impacts. Right now, if someone comes in and they put riprap onto a stream bank, there isn't a good mitigation framework in Oregon to do that, and so they're trying to develop one.
They should bioengineer it, and then there wouldn't be a need.
And they're pushing to do that, no doubt, but in some cases they can't. There's unavoidable impact.
I got a question. The fact that we could potentially consider the Portland Harbor thing for this particular project, is that because we got a tidal influence coming into the Cove? It's not really the Willamette between the falls and the Columbia.
It's and ultimately we haven't been recognized by the trustees, so this is all subject to their approval. But my professional opinion is that it is a Willamette River floodplain, and it's under the influence of the Willamette River, particularly in the wintertime. And functionally it is used by those target species. So I think it's a pretty easy argument.
How far up does the tidal influence go on?
Not much above the Cove is my understanding.
But at least it goes that far.
What you do get during the winter when the Willamette is high enough, you get backwatering up into the Cove and a ways up the Willamette. Similarly in Abernathy Creek, you get backwatering from the Willamette up Abernathy Creek. So there's potential with Abernathy Creek to serve as a NERDA site for that reason. I think Doug obviously knows, that some other folks in the room may know, I worked on the Oregon City Watershed Assessment with the Watershed Council in the city. And as you know, there's a significant culvert under the highway there for Abernathy Creek and that could use improvements, but there's also habitat improvements that could occur there. So that's an area. If not for NERDA, potentially other ESA mitigation.
The 404 wetland mitigation, you said that doesn't have to do with tidal influenced areas necessarily.
That's correct.
Okay, so other sites in Oregon City that are wetland or enhanced wetlands might be suitable areas to develop for credits to,
Correct. Yeah.
such as the Environmental Learning Center at the college?
Potentially, I haven't looked at it in detail, but I know
It's
what you're
total
talking
80
about.
acres
Yeah.
there if you consider all the adjoining lands.
Potentially, yeah.
I think that Abernathy Creek overpass is a fantastic potential project.
Yeah, there's real
Culvert,
potential there.
the culvert.
A lot of people have looked at that. Yeah.
I'd like to look at it. I haven't.
I walked through it. It's the only culvert I had to have a headlamp to go through.
I used to drive boats through it. When I was growing up, we used to have battles one in, coming out, and you never knew where the other one was until the bow wave hit you. Then I grew up, and my barbershop quartet, excuse me, the quartet I'm part of, used to practice in there. It's amazing the sounds that come from the
The
culvert.
acoustics in the culvert.
I guess it's something like 23, 24 feet in diameter.
It's huge. It's big.
Pipe.
It was the world's biggest culvert at one time. I
The world's?
heard. Yeah, in length.
I heard Clackamas County, but
Oh, well, I heard it was the biggest in the world at one point, but I don't know. Who
I'm
knows?
not sure.
It's a big one. It's a big one.
It's a big one. So I would certainly like to come back and update you as we move forward with the co-feasibility project. So I look forward to that. Any questions, I guess?
When does the feasibility project conclude? It's
We have it
starting
on
now.
a pretty quick timeline right now, and I'm meeting with folks at the city tomorrow to kind of kick things off. But we're looking at trying to finish it up by October or so.
Great.
And the idea is just to get ideas out there, get some ideas out there that make sense, that are credible to the agencies, and then set the foundation for more detailed studies after that.
I'd really like to be a part of that
Yeah.
myself.
Could this
personally.
group participate with you in some way?
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I can come back and as we are developing concepts, run them by you.
Great.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
All right.
no, absolutely.
Before we're done with John, John's got this, and Doug has seen this, and Bill has too, but I prepared just a very rudimentary attempt at identifying other sites, and Pete graciously.
You identified the RV park, I see.
Yep, RV park. You didn't even know you produced this for me, but you copied it for me. I snuck in there one day. And you can take a look at this, folks, here, because these are sites that I think might be eligible. And I understand, I want to hear what is happening in West Lynn, because they put together a portfolio of sites for you, did they not, to consider?
And
City of
actually,
Westland?
we are working with West Lynn right now on a site that was identified through the NERDA process. It's a side channel and it's a small tributary stream replacing a culvert. However, looking at it, it just doesn't have the kind of environmental uplift to qualify for NERDA. So we're looking at other funding sources, including grants for that one.
But the point I guess I was going to make was myself and John Borden went to the Parks and Rec Committee with an understanding of what you were doing in a general way and said, you need to get on this, get your committee involved, your Parks and Rec Committee, and have sites nominated.
Yep.
That's why I passed this list out. I'd like to see us involved and people like Bill and others that are interested in being a part of the nominating process. Let this committee really do something meaningful here.
And you know, I work a lot with watershed councils, with others identifying restoration sites, and even if these sites don't qualify for mitigation, it's good to have up on the shelf a list of potential restoration sites that if someone's coming in and says there's a one-time mitigation for an oil spill in downtown Oregon City, oh, we've got this site. Or you could go after an Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board grant with the Watershed Council. Just having those kinds of things on the radar screen is really helpful.
It enables you to get the ball rolling quicker on those things, and
Exactly.
instead of having to rebuild the wheel every time. So.
Exactly.
Jim Nacita walked in and passed me something. I told him I wanted him to come to this meeting and advocate for us to get involved in, putting a portfolio together. And he said, well, do you know about the fish passage from 1900 over Willamette Falls? I said, well, I know about the first fish ways. He said, no, the fish flume. So he did all this research. Jim is Mr. Research. And I'll pass this down to the people that everybody look at. He'd like to have you have this because
That'd be great.
this is a past attempt to bypass the falls that operated through the 1920s as a flume that he'd like to see somehow considered, in some way, shape, or form. And that's a fish passage kind of thing. But the research is just impeccable that he does. And he tells me he's going back to Philadelphia on a vacation. I said, why Philadelphia? He said, because the people historically were involved in this thing, I'm going to meet them. They're relatives. That's the
Well,
depth.
I think with the Willamette Falls Legacy Project and everything that entails, you have a real opportunity to integrate in, obviously, other environmental assets
Yeah.
and restoration. So it's really great. It's exciting to me.
Me too.
John, thank you so much.
Yeah,
We're
thank you.
all excited
Thank
about
you.
this opportunity.
We really are.
And
Yeah.
appreciate you coming out and talking to us about it.
Great. Well, I'll work with Pete to keep you guys in the loop and come back. I'm thinking maybe August with an update on the Cove, what concepts we're looking at, so you can provide feedback.
I'd like to get my 2 cents worth in before then.
Give me your card. Thank you.
Okay, when you have material coming in, please give it over to Pete, and he can email it to us. And so Jim to see this thing and so forth. So be sure Pete gets a hold of that so we get an email to us.
All right.
Thank you. I'm pleased for the patience that we're seeing out there, but we wanted to get through this item first on our agenda.
And our Parks and Rec Foundation founder is here too, I
Yeah,
believe.
yes, well, he'll have a chance. We're going to get him up here in a
Okay,
bit.
well, I'll-
I got the agenda right here.
I don't have it.
Anyway,
What I was hoping was that they would become involved in this too.
yes.
Push it, there you go.
There you go, okay.
All right. Thank you, John.
Okay, now we've got the yeah, okay, very good. We've got the approval of the minutes before us. We got the approval of the minutes before us now.
Yes, sir.
Do I hear a motion to approve them?
I move to approve the minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Minutes approved. Okay, so this is the point we can look at the rest of the agenda. We do have public comments first. We've got some people here that I know one of them has put forward a comment form. I don't know if you wanted to speak or you're just listening, ma'am? Yeah.
No, I applied for the.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay.
I
Yeah.
apologize.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. No, that and I. Okay, but you got to find out a lot of the interesting things that go on here, right? Okay, very good. And so that's time for public comments, and we've got Roger Fowler Theus. We work together on the Parks and Recreation Committee, and
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Roger Fowler Tice, resident Oregon City. I'm on the Parks and Rec Committee, Advisory Committee, and I'm also on the Oregon City Parks Foundation, although I'm here to talk as a private citizen tonight. I'm here to talk about neonicotinoids, so I'm just going to read what I took out of the Oregon City newspaper, if that's okay. This last April, the city of Milwaukee, under Mayor Gamba, passed a resolution that requires the city of Milwaukee adopt a resolution to eliminate the use of neonicotinoid pesticides within their city. The pesticide is toxic to bees and other pollinators, which is threatening food systems. Neonicotinoid pesticides have also been shown to harm birds as well as aquatic organisms. The City of Milwaukee and other government agencies operating within the City of Milwaukee now requires to suspend the use of neonicotinoids and other bee toxic insecticides on all city properties unless there is a declared emergency directed by the Clackamas County Integrated Pest Management Plan. This proposal also requires the City of Milwaukee as well as other government agencies doing business in Milwaukee to create more native pollinator habitats by planting more native pollinator host plants which are rich in pollen and nectar. These plantings will be directed to appropriate locations around the city, right-of-ways, vacant lands around the areas that are currently turf grasses and city facilities. This resolution, the Milwaukee City Council is urging all businesses, homeowner associations in Milwaukee to ensure no plants, seeds, or products containing neonicotinoid are purchased, sold, or used within the city. As a PRAC member, I was informed by our city park department that our city park department does not use any products containing neonicotinoids. It is my understanding the city as well as is now in the process of adopting a similar resolution. Besides killing honeybees, these neonicotinoids are affecting bumblebees, which are even better pollinators than the honeybees. Also, my understanding is that the cities of Milwaukee and Tualatin are working with the Xerces Society, who have done a lot of research in this area. I'm leaving a contact number of a person you can contact at the Xerces Society. Mayor Gamba has been championing this Milwaukee Mayor Gamba has been championing this very important cause, and I'm sure he will be happy to share resources with you should you choose to pursue this. The only other thing I didn't put in here was that my understanding is that some of the plants that you can buy at nurseries and stores contain neonicotinoids. It enhances the plant so it looks better, and it stops insects while they're trying to sell these. And that's my presentation tonight. I brought this forward at the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, and it was a thought that I bring this to you and start here instead of at the Parks and Rec.
I would like to have the first comment, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
If you're ready for comments. Number one, I can't thank you enough for bringing this to our attention. I'm stunned that one of us haven't thought of it first. And I absolutely and totally support this. I think it's something that any enlightened city or agency would embark on, like Tualatin's talking about. I think I'd read about Milwaukee doing this. Been a member of the Xerces Society for about 20 years, so obviously I'm familiar with the work. And like I said, I just can't thank you enough for bringing this to our attention.
Well, there's two fundamental things going on here. I see is one, prohibiting the use of the nicotine-based insecticide, and then the other one is putting in the host plant, plantings everywhere, which I think this is wonderful. Well, how did Parks and Rec respond?
Well, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it. I think it was one of the main things was they were going to check and see what the Parks and Department was using before we went any further. And since we're using, and it was this thought that they were using mainly herbicides on the parks and not any insect repellents, which is good.
That's probably true because they're not going to buy any insecticides that they don't really need, and they are expensive. I hope they're not using them.
So are you looking for a? Go ahead.
Yeah, both the planting of, there's three aspects actually. Also the care in not purchasing nursery stock at everybody's got it now, that contains neonicotinoids. So yeah, it's a great thing to bring to our attention.
And the other part, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it, was the length of time this stays in the soil.
How long is that?
Well, my understanding is I don't want to say what it is because I don't want to misinform you, but it's a very long time, and to get rid of it before it dissipates.
So are you suggesting a joint resolution between our two advisory bodies, go to the city commission, like Mayor Gamba has done here?
I'm here as a private citizen bringing this to you. And I spoke with this Amy Code, and she is the pesticide program director of the Xerces Society, and she resides in.
They are the leading group in probably the world on this issue.
And they
are Portland based.
Yeah, yes, she resides. Let's see. Well, she says that she would be available to give a presentation if it was.
I would seriously like to pursue this.
We need to, I think we need to schedule this as an agenda item.
Okay.
I'd
And
like to
leave
hear
the
some
name, leave the name of the person that you were just
I
mentioning.
wrote,
Amy,
I
it's
think
in the
I gave it
document.
to you at the bottom of
Amy
my letter.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. So
Yeah.
we've got it here.
Contact info
And Mayor
here.
Gamba is also, he is really championing this. In fact, there was a film last week, Friday, which I wasn't able to get to, in Portland, Northwest Portland, on a certain bumblebee that is threatened because of this.
I remember that.
What-
I didn't see it.
What I'd like to also do is, Pete, I'd like to invite Sam Leiniger from the county, who is very familiar with pesticides. I think when we do something like that, I mean, there are legitimate use for pesticides, and we don't want to kill the pollinators. You know, what kind, if he knows of alternatives then that can be utilized, so we might get Sam Leiniger to come out to speak to us from the county.
Or whoever he recommends out of his office.
Yeah.
He might have somebody that's more appropriate.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
But
okay.
he'd be the contact person.
Definitely, anyone in the office there would jump right on this, I think.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody?
I think
Yep,
it's a
very good.
fantastic
Okay,
idea.
very
And-
good.
And maybe if
I'm
we find out
excited.
if it would travel down through, I'm sure they contract out to private contractors. We may have a policy in our city, but we have to make sure it's passed down to the subcontractors we hire to do things.
Well,
We can
I-
find
I
that
would
out from-
assume.
Yeah,
we can find that out from Sam.
Yeah.
the news release on your last 2 pages really is the essence of the whole thing. I'd like to see Oregon City's name on that.
Boy, would I
News
like to
release.
see Oregon City do the exact same
Yep,
thing.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I'm here tonight.
Can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
The only other thing I want to say is, as the vice president of the Oregon City Parks Foundation, if I may, we are having an event on June 28th at the Midway Tavern because just recently we received our 501c3.
Ah,
Oh, good.
so
And
you're buying?
we're in the hole.
Yeah, you're supposed to go there and contribute money.
It's a benefit.
Well, it's actually a meet and greet, and we appreciate it. I don't have any of your, well, I Dorothy's.
I'm going to be there. It happens to be my birthday.
Yes, we're going to celebrate Dee Dee's birthday too.
What
I'm
time?
celebrating by going to a national
It's from
park
6
and
to
getting a
8
national
p.m.
park thing.
Again, what date?
June
It's
28th.
28th of June at the
And
Midway,
is it like
uh,
6
in the back
3
room.
o'clock or 6
6 to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very good.
Very good.
Thank you. And you mentioned something about partnering, and I'm sure that we would be opening, right now, we are open up to partnering with anybody that's within, our scope of the foundation.
Ivy and Water Board.
You had it, I'm not going to say anything about that right now.
Okay, but that's on my hot list.
Well, come and talk to us. Come to our meetings.
We want to go into our interviews now, so.
Yeah,
I'd
okay.
like to ask
Thank you
one
very
more
much.
question.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I could,
Yes.
one more question to Roger, and that would be, you're on the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, and I think we've been trying to develop a relationship with them. I don't know how to do that quite, but, you came to our meeting, seems like we ought to come to yours every now and then. Have you had other members of other standing committees come
Dee
and see
Dee's
you?
been there, and Doug's there quite often.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Card carriers, we're card carriers, and you can get one too for just $10. So
Okay,
that's
all right,
sending it to the world out there. It's the best
Okay.
donation you can ask
We need to hear
for.
more reports of what they're doing.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you.
Okay,
Dora has any-
with that, we're going to take our first item next. These are the interviews for candidates.
That's what's on the letter.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy, for your patience, and welcome to the meeting, and
So we want to-
come on up and.
Do we have the application form with us?
Yeah, we have it electronically here. on-
So we go right up here to the top, I presume.
Yeah.
Sorry for.
Okay, Nancy and Roshot, is that right?
Roshot.
Okay, very good.
Film it. No, we don't. need
There we
it.
go.
All right, now I'll get that.
Okay, I go.
Welcome, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Yeah, I